Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses. First qualification of the 5-year-old horses will start within a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes to go, then we will start again. Eerste kwalificatie voor de 5-jarige paarden gaat plaatsvinden, aangeboden door Anne-Mette Horse Trucks. Leden van de internationale jury nemen hun plaats in. Suzanne Barup uit Denemarken, Monique Peuts-Vechter, plaatsgenomen bij C. En de juryleden bij E, Annette Fransen, Jacobeus uit Zweden. En voor de Republiek Zuid-Afrika, Sharon Rhodes. Dat zijn de juryleden vanaf de letter E. U kunt bij Anne-Mette Horse Trucks terecht voor nieuwe en gebruikte paardenwagens uit voorraad of op maat gemaakt. De collectie varieert van 2-paardswagens tot grote paardenvrachtwagens met een luxe living. Ook staan de servicemedewerkers in de werkplaats klaar om uw auto in optimale conditie te houden. U kunt er terecht voor onderhoud, 24 uur service en APK. Wist u dat het ook mogelijk is om een paardenwagen te huren? Horsetrucksforrent.com beschikt over kleine paardenwagens door heel Nederland, welke u eenvoudig online kunt reserveren.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Ermelo. You have joined us for the first qualification for 5-year-old horses here in the main arena. We have 44 horse and rider combinations coming forward for you today. I can introduce the judges. At C, we have Suzanne Barup from Denmark and Monique Peuts-Vechter from the Netherlands, and at E we have Annette Fransen Jacobius from Sweden and Sharon Rhodes from Russia. They're both sitting at E. As I said, 44 combinations coming forward for this 5-year-old qualifier. You will see the top 12 from this class go forward to the final. That's on Saturday at 5 p.m. We'll also have the small qualifier, which the top 3 will go forward for. That's the small final for 5-year-old horses. That is tomorrow, and that is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Arena 2. We also will be bringing you the 6-year-old qualifier. That is tomorrow at 8 a.m. and the 7-year-old qualifier on Friday, again tomorrow at 3 p.m. The 7-year-old final, though, will be on Sunday at 9 a.m. and the 6-year-old final will be on Sunday at 2:45, and we'll be bringing you all of the action from all of the small, the first qualifiers, and of course all of the finals as well. So 12 horses and riders go forward from the first qualifier, 3 go forward from the small qualifier, and first up we have the 5-year-old qualifier class. First horse and rider will be coming in at 12:30.
Mooie beelden van Anne-Mette Horse Trucks op het Longines beeldscherm. We gaan ons opmaken, dames en heren, voor de eerste
in this 5-year-old qualifier test. You'll see movements like trot serpentine, medium trot, and trot with a stretch on a circle. We'll see a halt and rein back. We'll see medium walk and a walk on a long rein. And then in the canter, we'll see medium canter, counter canter, and simple change. All things really to test the balance making sure that the horse keeps the rhythm throughout. The horses will be judged on their trot, on their walk and on their canter individually, the submission and the overall perspective.
First qualification, 5-year-old horses presented by Annemon Horstuks, members of...
So there you can see our first horse coming into the arena now. First of 44 to go. It is Bart Veeze for the Netherlands, riding Nero. A dark bay gelding by Ferguson, out of a Totalis mare. A KWPN, owned by Stefan Wolf and Bravo BV. And the breeder is Titan Villaris.
En de breeder Titan Villaris van de Kooplaan van Nederland. So the first rider, Nero, Bart Veeze. Let's start again.
So Bart Veeze and Nero. Was a little bit progressive into that first halt, but managed to maintain the immobility. Good rhythm here in the trot work, lovely elasticity. Just would like to see the horse stay on the vertical. You can just see him tucking behind the bit a little bit. A bit more relaxation over the back. Again, especially there in the lengthened strides in the trot and the medium, we'd like to see the frame extend a little bit more. Really doing a great job of maintaining a lovely rhythm through this trot work. Lovely bending through the serpentine, maintaining a nice balance. Nice difference shown with the medium trot. Not quite square there in the halt, and just dropping the pole in the rein back. Great steps here in the walk. Really super ground cover. Horse really able to walk through its entire body. Very nicely done. Enormous overtrack and such a great rhythm here in the walk. Nice and consistent as well in the stretch. A little bit of tension before he picked up the canter. Nice and uphill through the canter here, and there you can see the medium strides on the half circle. Again, I'd just like to see a little bit more softness over the back. Same as in the trot, you could just see at times he comes behind the vertical. Could have just a little bit more self-carriage. Good transitions through the simple change. Really lovely transitions. That's much nicer there in the frame after the canter. Showing a good stretch, maintaining that nice rhythm in the trot through the stretch. You don't want the rhythm or the tempo of the trot to change when they do the stretching. So our first horse and rider combination, Bart Veeze and Nero, finishing their test. A really super horse. For me, the standout pace was definitely the walk. A huge overtrack in that walk. Showed nice, clear rhythm throughout. Just at times in the trot and the canter, just came behind the vertical a little bit. You'd like to see a bit more self-carriage. Nice balance in the canter. Here you can see the trot. Lovely cadence in this trot. 8.5 for the trot, a 10 for the walk, 8.2 for the canter, 8.2 for submission, and 9 for perspective. 87.8% there for Bart Veeze and Nero. A great start.
Submission 8.2, perspective 9.0. And the average is 87.8.
Really lovely stretch here. I just loved how the tempo stayed the same.
10 voor de stap, een 8,2 voor de galop, een 8,2 voor het onderdeel submission en een 9,0 voor perspective.
So you can take part in our spectator judging by downloading the app and judge along with our expert panel of judges. Now we move on to our second combination. It is for Belgium. Magellan is the horse. A chestnut stallion by First Step Valentin out of a Lord Leatherdale mare. Ridden by Pauline Leclercq. Owned by Pauline and Thibault Chanteline, who is also the breeder. So, into the arena now. Representing Belgium, the horse is Magellan and being ridden by Pauline Leclercq. Lots of lovely cadence in this trot work. Just needs to watch the balance at times. Nice here in the lengthened strides. Showing really good difference between the medium trot and the working trot. Again, there you just want to watch the balance on those turns in the serpentine. Better there in the second loop. Again, just needing to watch the balance into the halt. Could have immobilized for a little bit longer. Really nice steps in the rein back though. Managed to keep that pole up. Good rhythm here in the walk. Just would like to see a bit more stretch here. On the test sheet, it actually says, medium walk, let the horse stretch on a long rein. I'd definitely like to see a little bit more stretch, a bit more freedom of the shoulders, which would come with a bit more stretching. It's really nice and relaxed in the arena though, and this is a big atmosphere in this arena. Just needs to watch the straightness here in the canter, the quarters just slightly to the inside. Could be a little bit more uphill, I feel, in the canter work. Nice direct transitions. I just think the canter could just have a little bit more jump, could be a little bit more engaged to allow that uphill tendency. Just a little bit flat. In there, in the transition, just went onto the shoulder rather than really sitting and coming up into the trot. Better there in the second half of the stretch. Again, could just allow a bit more of a stretch down and out. Just at the beginning, he tucked a little bit behind the vertical. So there we have it for Pauline, Leclercq and Magellan.
Pauline Leclercq uit Frankrijk reed ingestreept bij het SBS, Belgisch sportpaard stamboek Magellan van First Step Valentine and Lord Lauderdale, second rider under the quota from Belgium.
Pauline representing France and this horse representing Belgium. Lovely stallion by First Step Valentine. Some really nice work. Just would have liked to have seen a bit more balance in the trot work in those turns, especially in the half 10-meter circles and the turns in the serpentine. Some good steps in the medium. An 8 for the trot, an 8.2 for the walk, a 7.5 for the canter, 7.8 for submission, and 8 for perspective. A total score of 79%.
8.0 and the average 79%.
So that puts them into second place so far.
For Magellan en Pauline Leclercq. Voor de draf een 8, voor de stap een 8.2,
Next into the arena, we have a representative of the Netherlands.
79% dus de score. De beste 12 kwalificeren zich voor de finale. De best 12 horses are qualifying for the final competition. Staan hier op het Nationale Equestrian Center hier in Ermelo. Ziet er prachtig uit.
So next up we have Femke Laat. She is riding Nashville SW, a dark-based stallion, KWPN by Secret, out of the Jazz Mare, owned by Marco de Brek and bred by Stalwing VOF.
De eigenaar, die owner Marco de Brake en de breeder Stalwillig. Nashville SW, Femke de Laat for the Netherlands, the third rider in the competition.
So in now, Femke de Laat and Nashville SW. Really lovely start, so much expression in this trot work. Lovely ground cover. Keeping a good rhythm through the half 10-meter circles. Really nice and light in the trot work. Wonderful activity. Really good here in the frame as well. Lovely self-carriage. Good difference shown in the medium trot. Just have kept the pole up a little bit more. Everything just looking really nice and light. You can see what great overtrack this horse has in the medium trot. Such great talent, very much like his dad actually. Pretty progressive there into the halt and quite resistant into the rein back. That's a real shame. Pretty nice here in the walk, tracking up well in the medium walk and taking a nice stretch, really good relaxation. Keeping the activity. I'd like to see a little bit more ground cover for a bigger mark like we saw in that first horse that scored the 10. That really was quite a spectacular walk. This walk slightly more limited. Could just be a little bit more supple over the back, and again a progressive transition there up into the canter. Like to see much more direct transitions, but a huge canter, enormous ground cover there, really lovely and uphill. It's getting a little bit tense in the transition down into the walk, and again in that transition back up into the canter. Just like to see a little bit more willingness to collect, and again there in the diagonal line you can just see a little bit of a wiggle. You like to see much more of a balanced canter. Beautifully uphill though throughout all of the work, even here in the stretch, really willing to take that stretch down and out, keeping that nose on the vertical line. So coming down to finish their test now. It is Femke, Laat and Nashville SW for the Netherlands. A lovely KWPN stallion by Secret. Really lovely and light in all of the trot work. Really nice in the medium trot. Showed great ability to be able to show the difference between the medium trot. I think it's going to have an excellent extended trot. I think that's definitely the highlight for this horse. Slightly more limited in the walk work. Like to see much more ground cover. Like to see the horse walking a lot more over the back. It was just for me the transitions that stood out. Just got a little bit disconnected. Just lost the throughness in pretty much actually all of the transitions, and that also showed in the rein back as well. Here we see 9 for the trot, 7 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 7.8 for submission and 8.2 for perspective, so a total score of 80% and into second place.
Perspective 8.2. En die average 80%, 80% te scoren. En de volgende cijfers voor de draf, een 9, voor de stap een 7, de galop een 8, submission 7,8, toekomstperspectief 8,2, 80% dus voor Nashville SV en Femke de Laat.
So next up we have Stefanie Wolf, and she rides at Santualati, representing Germany. A lovely liver chestnut stallion, a Hanoverian by Secret, out of a Bellissimo mare, owned by Bernadette Brun and bred by Lena Marie and Kerstin Kloos.
De nummer 4, Stefan Wolf, Santualati, ook voor het quota van Duitsland.
So into the arena, it is Stefanie Wolf and Santualati for Germany. Nice and light-footed again in this trot work. Could be a little bit more engaged from the hind leg. Lovely elasticity. Just drop the pole slightly in those two half 10-meter circles. I like to see the pole at the highest point and a frame like that on the short side all the way through. Just at times losing the contact a little bit, just a little bit unsteady. I like to see a really nice, secure, elastic contact. Could just have a little bit more bend through the body in that serpentine. Just lacking a little bit of flexion as well. Good steps here in the medium trot. Again, I'd like to see a little bit more from the hind leg in that. Not quite square into the halt. Nice steps in the rein back though, just dropping the pole slightly. Very active in the walk. Again, could just show a little bit more over track. At times, the horse just tucking behind the vertical. Not always 100% clear in this walk rhythm either. Fairly nice in the canter work so far. Could have just maintained the uphill tendency in the medium canter. For me, it just looked like it fell a little bit onto the forehand. Good balance here in the counter canter. And nice transitions, kept that relaxation through the walk. Yeah, just at times in the canter, I'd like to see it more uphill with a bit more air time in the stride. Lovely here, back into the trot though. Really nice and uphill in the trot. Could show a little bit more stretching in the half circle with the nose out, just tucking the nose behind a little bit there. So, coming down to finish, it is Stefan Wolf and Santu Aladi representing Germany. The trot's definitely the standout pace again for this horse and rider. Really lovely and elastic, good balance in the trot. Just would have liked to seen a little bit more engagement in those medium trots. Contact was a little bit unsteady as well at times in the trot work. In the walk, the rhythm could have just been a little bit clearer.
Trots 8.5.
So trots 8.5, walk 6.8, canter 7.8, submission 7.5 and perspective 7.8. So into fourth with a total of 76.8%.
Gemiddeld percentage 76,8. De draf gewaardeerd met een 8,5. De stappen 6,8. galop een 7,8, submission een 7,5 en perspective een 7,8. Nou, dat is de uitslag van de jury voor Stefan Wolf en Santo Alati. Direct aan het begin, dames en heren, een prachtige score voor Bart Veeze met Nero 87,8 en daarmee aan de leiding. Femke de Laat volgt met een percentage van 80% op plaats nummer 2 met de KWPN-hengst Nashville SW. Maar ik zei het, we hebben nog 40 deelnemers te gaan. Groot deelnemersveld op dit Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for Young Horses. Amazone uit Duitsland, Julia de Ridder, rijdt binnen met Faridero. Dat is een KWP'er, Royal Dutch Sport Horse.
So next up we have Julia de Ridder and she is riding Faridero, a bay gelding KWPN by Deckel Ferdinand out of a Negro mare owned by FA Curious Chemicals and bred by Ringers Ting Willink and SJA Harmon.
Voor de Netherlands KWPN Faridero, Julia de Ridder, Germany.
So, for the Netherlands, it is Julia de Ridder and Faridero. Very, very expressive in the front leg in the trot. Just at times the contact gets a little bit unsteady. Like to see the horse a little bit softer over the back into a little bit more of an open frame. See more from the hind leg in the medium trot. The horse showing a lot more flexion to the left than to the right, especially there on this right rein. You could really see it in the serpentine. Lovely halt. Really nice and square. Very relaxed into the walk. Nice activity in the walk. Could just have a little bit more ground cover here. See, the rain is absolutely pouring down now. Went from a lovely sunny morning to torrential rain. It doesn't seem to be phasing the horse though, luckily. Good difference there in the medium canter. Again, same thing with the flexion in the canter. Horse seems to be much more able to bend to the left than to the right. Canter's pretty nice in itself. Was a little bit quick in the medium canter. Nice there in the stretch. Losing the balance as they come down the centre line. And there we have it for Giulia de Ridder and Faradero. Not ideal conditions here in Ermelo. Pouring down with rain halfway through their tests, but it didn't faze them. Some really nice work. Just needs to really watch that bend. It was continuously to the left, so needs to show much more straightness and bend to the right. Lovely work in the canter. Really super in the front leg.
Here is the results. Kijk of het resultaat zo dadelijk krijgen.
And here are the marks: 7.8 for trot, 8 for walk, 8 for canter, 7.7 for submission, and 8 for perspective. So an overall mark of 79%, and into third for Giulia de Ridder and Faradero.
And perspective 8.0, average is 79%. De draf gewaardeerd met een 7,8. De stap een 8,0. De galop een 8,0. Onderdeel submission 7,7. En toekomstperspectief 8,0. 79% te scoren. We zullen dus uit Duitsland Giulia de Ridder, maar het is een KWPN vandaag onder de quota van Nederland. Ik wil niet altijd zeggen dat dat zo is, maar bij de volgende zien we een deelnemster uit Groot-Brittannië en een Hannoveraanse merrie, maar die start dan wel onder het quota van Groot-Brittannië. Maar dan zullen we even op wachten. 1:10, de volgende start. Het loopt perfect vandaag. Jammer even van de vele regen, er is zoveel regen gevallen de laatste dagen. Het is natuurlijk al prachtig dat het allemaal de doorgang kan vinden. We zullen het ermee moeten doen. Nou, als fokker moet dit toch geweldig zijn als jouw vakproduct mag starten op zo'n wereldkampioenschap. Die Rinkes, Jane Winning, de fokkers van de Faradero ook hier aanwezig. We hebben het allemaal mee kunnen krijgen. wat Faridero liet zien onder Julia de Ridder.
Next up, we have a combination for Great Britain. It is MSJ Viva Dannebrog, ridden by Amy Jean Woodhead. It's a chestnut mare, Hanoverian Bivitalis out of a Don Choufreau mare, owned and bred by Mount St. John.
Maar komend voor de quota van Groot-Brittannië bezit van de fokker Mount St. John in question. So for Great Britain, Amy Jean Woodhead, MSJ Viva Dannebrog.
I know this horse incredibly well. I actually rode her mum at the World Equestrian Games in 2018, the same year as Emma Blundell, the owner of Mount St. John, produced the embryo of this horse. So it's great to see them here at the World Championships. So in now for Great Britain, it is MSJ Viva Dannebrog and Amy Jean Woodhead. Nice and elastic through the trot work. Really lovely balance through the half 10 meter circles, just getting a little bit tight on the second half of that 10 meter. Some nice steps in the medium trot. Just in general, the mare could just be a little bit more relaxed in the arena. You see quite a lot of tension as she came into the arena and around the outside. She does seem to be relaxing more though as the test goes on. Some resistance there in the rein back, unfortunately. Again, like to see more relaxation here in the medium walk. Tracking up nicely. You could see more ground cover in this walk, but much better here with the relaxation. Really nicely taking that stretch down. Really clearing the rhythm throughout the walk. Nice balance here in the canter. Just changed behind in the move off, in the strike off into canter. Lost a bit of the fluency in the simple change. Really lovely here in the trot. And they're really gaining in confidence through the test, which is lovely to see. Maintaining that great rhythm through the trot stretch. A little bit wobbly into that final hold, but it is Amy Jean Woodhead riding MSJ Viva Dannebrog for Great Britain.
Amy Jean Woodhead starting MSJ Viva Dannebrog by Vitalis and Don Schuplo. The number 6 is starting order.
Lovely to see this mare gaining in confidence as the test progressed. Definitely got more soft and more supple over the back as the test went on. Really lovely, elegant mare. Nice steps in the medium trot, and here are the marks: 8.5 for trot, 7.8 for the walk, 8.2 for the canter, 8 for submission, and 8.4 for perspective. So into second place with 81.8%.
And average 81.8 at his second position. Tweede plaats op dit moment 81,8. Voor de draf een 8,5, voor de stappen 7,8, voor de galoppen 8,2, submission 8,0 en perspective 8,4. Eens kijken, de jury gaf dus 81,8 en dan kijken we naar de spectator judging. U zat wat hoger, 83,400. Spectator judging 83.400. We gaan naar Tina Jäger uit Denemarken. Rijdt ook voor de quota van Denemarken met Quinn G.
So up next it is a combination from Denmark, Tina Jäger and Quinn G. Chestnut Danish warm blood by a quarter hit out of a Fastbinder mare owned by Helgestrand Dressage and bred by Strategy Helene Gesville. So Bettina Jäger and Quinn G for Denmark. Very unsettled in that first halt, and then miscommunication coming out of the halt. Very expressive in this trot work. Very, very elastic, showing good clear bend through those half 10-meter circles. Huge in the medium trot. Just at times in the medium it got a little bit hurried. Nice bending through the serpentine. Keeping that regular rhythm. Yeah, just needs to watch in the medium trot that she doesn't pick up the speed, that it's just the ground cover and the frame that extends. Don't want to see any change in the tempo. Willing into the rein back. Lovely relaxation in the walk work. Good over track. Really clear in the 4-beat walk rhythm. I like to see more difference between the medium walk and the medium walk with the stretch. They both look fairly similar. Nice and uphill into the canter. Again, getting a little bit quick there in the medium canter. Good balance in the canter. Lovely and clear through the simple change. Paul shows really great ability to be able to collect in the canter work. That's definitely something that the judges will be looking for in the perspective mark. So finishing up now for Denmark, Bettina Jäger and Quinn G. I think that's definitely a crowd favourite. A super test from this partnership. Unfortunately, that little blip at the beginning in the first halt, that would have cost them a few marks in the submission mark.
And the Longines FEI WBFSH World Reading Dressage Championships. Bettina Jäger.
Very expressive in the trot. An 8.8 for the trot, an 8.5 for the walk. 9 for the canter,
8.8.
an 8.8 for submission, and a 9 for perspective. So jumps into the lead with 88.2%.
8.8. Perspective 9.0. Next result of 88.2 and in the lead. 88,2. Bettina Jäger aan de leiding met deze Quinn G. Voor de draf een 8,8, de stappen 8,5, galop een 9, submission 8,8 en perspective 9,0. Prachtig resultaat, 88,2. Ik zei al, prima sfeer ook meteen bij de openingsdag van dit wereldkampioenschap. Zo laten kunnen dankzij Amazone Sabrina Gesman, maar die rijdt voor de quota van Zweden. Want zal binnenkomen met een Zweedse warmbloedpaard. De starttijd is gepland 13:26 gelopen, nagenoeg gelijk aan het schema wat daarvoor is opgesteld. Sabrina Gespan voor de quota van Zweden met Fireball, een ruim van Fürstenball en Sir Oldenburg.
Next up, it is a horse from Sweden, Sabrina Gesman, riding Fireball, a Swedish warm-blood bay gelding by Fürstenball, out of a Sir Oldenburg mare, owned and bred by Anne-Louise Carlson.
Zweedse volkslied ten horen gebracht.
So it's Fireball, ridden by Sabrina Gesman. A little bit unbalanced out of the halt. A good halt on the centre line though. A little bit quick and unbalanced around that corner as well, coming out of the centre line. Really lovely trot, just again unbalanced at times through those half 10-metre circles. Really lovely activity through the trot. Hurried through the medium. Nice and uphill though, keeping the uphill tendency. And good bending through the serpentine. Again there, a little bit hurried through the medium trot. You can see the horse just dropping the pole slightly in that as well. Just like more push from the hind leg. Lovely square halt. Really, really nicely done. Just dropping off a little bit in the rein back. Like to see more active steps in the rein back. And again here in the walk, just would like to see the horse somewhat able to walk over the back Would like to see a bit more freedom of the shoulder, but tracking up well and a really good, clear 4-beat rhythm. Nice and uphill here in the canter work, showing a good clear difference in the medium canter. Just a little bit hurried. Nice obedient transitions, really clear. Lovely and straight through the canter work. Good stretch, really taking that neck down, keeping the rhythm well in the trot as well. So finishing their test is Sabrina Giesman and Fireball.
First qualification for 5-year-old horses presented by Anne-Mette Horse Drugs.
Really nice and active test throughout. Just at times needed to watch the balance in the trot work, especially in those first two half 10-meter circles. The trot 7.6, walk 7, 8.3 for the canter, 8 for submission and 7.8 for perspective.
8.3, submission.
Was just a little bit hurried in the medium trots, but I really loved how willing and obedient the horse was. Great transitions, especially shown in the simple change.
Voor de draffen 7,6, voor de stappen 7,0, galop 8,3, submission 8,0 en perspective 7,8, 77,4 de score. Nu als publiek, dames en heren, gaf een percentage van 77,030. Het zat dus heel dicht in de buurt van de officiële resultaten. 77,03 had de 8e plaats, de jury een 7e positie. Kunt bij allemaal terecht voor nieuwe en gemarkte paardenwagens uit voorraad tot op maat gemaakt. De collectie varieert van 2 paardwagens tot grote paardenwachtwagens met een luxe living. Ook staan de servicemedewerkers in de werkplaats klaar om uw auto in optimale conditie te houden. Kunt terecht voor onderhoud, 24 uur service en APK. Ook is het mogelijk om een wagen te huren, horsestuks for rent.
So in now it is Maxi-Celine von Plating, and she rides Happy Days de Fontainebleau. It is a bay mare, a Hanoverian by Valverde NRW, out of a whoop mare, owned by Helga Strand Dressage AS, and bred by Agricola Avellamiento Fontainebleau.
Paard in bezit van Helstand Dressage AS en gefokt bij Agricola allevamento Fonte Abeti. Voor Germany, Maxi-Celine von Plating. En ook voor de quota van Duitsland immers is een half aan Happy Days.
So it is Maxi-Celine von Plating and Happy Days at De Fontenbetti. Just a little bit on the hand in the transition into halt. You can see the horse really pulling in the contact. But nice and active into the trot. Lovely and expressive in the trot work. Again, just at times you can see balance going a little bit on to the nose. Nice bend through that first loop of the serpentine. Again, there you can just see a little bit of tightness in the contact. I think if she just could have it a little bit more open in the frame, keeping that nose out and that pole up, that would be good. Slightly at times you can see a little bit of a head tilt as well. Again, just want to see a little bit more softness over the top line. Very willing in the rein back. Just a little bit hurried in the steps. Nice frame there in the medium walk. Good active walk, really nice in the rhythm. Could stretch a little bit more here in this second diagonal line. Bit limited there in the medium canter. Could definitely shown a bigger difference. I'd like to see a bit more ground cover there. Some nice steps in the canter work. Could be a little bit more uphill. You can see, especially on those corners, the balance just goes a little bit onto the shoulder. Managing to maintain that lovely activity throughout the test though. Good rhythm there in the trot. Again, I'd just like to see the horse a little bit more open in the frame. Just creeping behind the vertical slightly in the stretch. losing the straightness into that final halt. It is Maxime Collard von Plating and Happy Days di Fontambetti.
Happy Days di Fontambetti. De smeerbaar Valverde en de nummer 9 en de starting order.
Some really nice work through the test. A really nice picture throughout. Really nice and active. Just needed to watch the balance slightly more to the right than to the left. The canter just lacked a bit of uphill tendency. You can see the results, 8.3 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk and the canter and the submission, and an 8 for perspective. So into 5th place with 79.4%.
And perspective 8.0. Average of 79.4. 79,4 percentage. Voor de draf een 8,3, voor de stap een 7,8, voor de galop een 7,8, submission 7,8 en perspective een 8,0, 79,4. Dus een verloren 5e plaats. Stelle nummer 5 voor Maxi-Celine von Plating Duitsland. Volgende week is het zover. De collectie van de KWPN online 3 en 4-jarige paarden. Vol belofte. Volle jonge paarden komt aanstaande maandag 7 augustus online. En meebieden op deze getalenteerde groep paarden. Onder ook enkele NMK-medisch kan tot en met maandag.
Next up we have a rider for Switzerland. It is Kira Rush. And she rides from Fresh PS. A bay mare. A Hanoverian by Furstenball, out of a Don Romantic mare. Chiara and Sandra Rush owned this horse and is bred by Simone and Thomas Visser. So it is Kira Rush and From Fresh PS. Just a little bit deep in front in the first centre line, especially in the halt. Nice elegant mare. Again, just at times in this trot work, dropping the pole slightly. Some nice steps in the medium. Just like to see the horse be able to develop a little bit more self-carriage. Again, hurried again in that second medium trot. And dropping the pole into the halt. Winning in the rein back. And Lovely and active into the walk. Yeah, I could just do with a bit more ground cover here in the walk work. She could have just kept a bit more contact in the medium walk and just let the rein go a little bit more here in the stretch. A bit more freedom in the shoulder would give her a few more marks. Clear rhythm in the canter. Like to see a bit more of an uphill tendency in the canter, a bit more air time. Again, same as the trot, just needs a bit more self-carriage. Really nice and balanced through the canter work. Clear direct transitions in the simple change. A nice clear transition back down into the trot. So for Switzerland, it is Fresh from PS, ridden by Chiara Roos.
Voor Zwitserland, Chiara Roos en Fresh from PS. Farm is altijd bij first bal, Dom Romantic in de
Some really nice work throughout the test. Really light-footed, an elegant mare. Good in the walk work, really nice and active actually throughout the whole test. Just could have been more uphill in the trot and especially in the canter. Needed to watch the balance at times. Get the rhythm of the walk, trot and canter throughout. And it was ridden really nice and actively. So the trot 7.5, the walk 8.3, canter 7.7, submission 7.6, and perspective 7.8, a total score of 77.8% and into 8th place.
7.7, submission 7.6, perspective 7.8, and the average 77.8. Voor de draf een 7,5, voor de stap een 8,3, de galop een 7,7, submission 7,6, perspective een 7,8 en het percentage eindigt dan ook op 77,8 en dat leidt tot de 8e plaats. De beste 12 gaan door naar de finale. Dankzij Amazone Saskia Lieben starter rijdt binnen met Selection. Dat is een Zweeds zwaanbloed. Valt dus onder de quota van
Next up, it is a horse for Sweden.
Vijfjarige ruim van Secret.
It is Selection, ridden by Saskia Lieben-Suter. A chestnut gelding, Swedish warm blood by Secret, out of a quarterback mare.
Selection for the quota of Sweden.
Owned by dresser Osblindungsstoel and Jessica Lynn Thomas, bred by Lena Nesta. So in now Saskia Liebenshutter and Selection. Lovely and active in the trot. Plenty of spring. Lots of lovely cadence. Could just be a little bit more secure to the contact. Just needs to watch the balance through these turns in the serpentine. Could have a little bit more bend as well, especially to the right. Dropping the pole there in the rein back. Just losing a little bit of the activity in the rein back steps. Really nice ground cover in the walk. Lovely there in the stretching. Very clear rhythm. Lovely activity. Again, keeping the activity through into this canter work. It could have been a little bit more uphill in the medium. Good jump though in the canter. Could just be a little bit more uphill in this canter work. Keeping the rhythm well in the stretch. So for Sweden it is Saskia Liebenshutter and Selection. It was lovely and relaxed in the arena. Some really nice work in the trot. Very active, very powerful. Lovely cadence. Just hurried a little bit in the medium trot. The walk was very nice. Lovely, clear, active walk. Really kept the rhythm actually in all three paces really nicely. Canter just, it lost a bit of the uphill tendency in the canter. So trot, they got an 8, the walk 8.3, canter 7.8, submission and perspective both 8, so into 4th place with 80.2%. Just one more combination to go before we go into a short break.
Makes a total of 80.2 and a 4th position. Voor de drafpunt 8,0, de stand 8,3, galop 7,8, submission 8,0, perspective 8,0, 80,2 en vooral.
So at the moment we have Bettina Jäger and Quinn G for Denmark in the lead. They're on 88.2, and then Bart Veeze, he was first into this class this morning with Nero on 87.8, and then Amy Jean Woodhead and MSJ Viva Dannebrog in 3rd with 8.18. Top 12 qualifying through directly from this first qualifier, and then the top 3 going through from the small final. So in the arena now it is Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen. She rides this bay mare, Danish warm blood by Revolution, out of a Blue Horse Zach mare, owned by Helga Strand Dressage, bred by Karin Pierre Gulbangsen.
En breeders are Karin en Pierre Gulbangsen. Valerie Meders onder het quota van Denemarken. De Amsterdamse Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen.
So now for Denmark, it is Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B. Lovely light-footed mare. Very, very expressive. Beautiful elasticity in the trot. Some lovely steps in the medium trot, tracking up beautifully. Nice and supple through the serpentine, keeping that lovely rhythm throughout. Slightly dragging in the steps in the rain back. Good activity here in the walk. Yeah, nice steps. Could just have a little bit more ground cover. Lovely relaxation though in the walk. Has such a great ability to really move through her whole body. Super in the canter, really again nice and active. Beautiful balance coming into the counter canter. Showing clear walk steps in the simple change. Just needs to watch the straightness there on the diagonal. Lovely, and uphill in the canter work. Really great ground cover. This horse moves so beautifully and is so engaged in all three paces. Nice and equal through the three paces as well. A beautiful, beautiful test from Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B for Denmark. What a test. Beautiful harmony. There's such a fine line, and I think it's something that all of us dressage riders really aim to work towards, is that relaxed power. And you know, when you're asking for the power, you can get some tension coming in sometimes, but if you can get that relaxed power where the horse is really moving through its whole body, and that's what they achieved today. And the scores show 9.7 for the trot, 9.5 for the walk and the canter, 9 for submission, and 9.7 for perspective, into first place, 94.8%.
Submission 9.0, perspective 9.7, in the lead 94.8.
So we just head into a break now, but of course we have a new leader. It is Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B for Denmark. They have a total score of 9.48 points. In second place it is Bettina Jaeger and Quinn G, also for Denmark, on a total of 8.82 points. And in third it is Bart Veeze and Nero for the Netherlands on 8.78 points. So we take a short break now, and the next horse and rider combination will be coming into the arena in just 10 minutes time at 16 minutes past 2. Here you can see the official standings so far, having 12 horses come forward.
De nieuwe nummer 1 dus, Valerie B. van Revolution 94,8. Prachtige cijfers. Trouwens tot nu toe 1-10 gegeven. Dat was voor de stap van het eerste paard wat we hier vandaag zagen, Nero met Bart Veeze. Bart Veeze staat al mooi derde plaats, u ziet dat. Vijfde Saskia and Selection. Voor tweede MSJ Viva uit Groot-Brittannië op plaats 4. Dan Nero met Bart Veeze op plaats 3. Tweede staat Quinn G met Bettina Jäger, Denemarken. En nu Valerie B, Denemarken met Anne-Mette Strandbu Hansen aan de leiding. We hebben 10 minuten onderbreking, dames en heren. Short break of 10 minutes. Het zal niet het weer om de tribune te verlaten. We laten het weer aan u enkel over, uiteraard. Veel stems hier ook op het terrein. Dus jullie even de benen strekken. 14:16. Dan gaan we kijken naar Joseph Robert Hunt voor Groot-Brittannië. Met de Romida de Centurion. Horen tot de PRE Pura Raza Española. Next start at 16 minutes past 2, a short break. Longines is proud to be the tackle partner, official scorer, and official watch of the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for young horses here in Ermelo. Longines passion for equestrian sports dates to 1869, and today the brand is involved in the most important equestrian events all over the world. On this occasion, the brand is privileged to present the official watch of the event, a model from the Longines Master Collection. Both boldly feminine and technically sophisticated, this model for woman achieves the perfect balance between classic elegance and high performance, and will delight those wishing to pursue both fine watchmaking and timeless style. Longines. Next week, on the 7th of August, the KWPN Online 3 and 4 years old auction collection will be online, bidding on this talented group of horses, including some National Fair Championship horses. It's possible up to and including Monday, the 14th of August. Watch the collection on kwpn.auction.
Hello and welcome back. After the break, we are into part 2 of the 5-year-old qualifier, and you can see there on the screen the score to beat at the moment is 9.48 points, and that is of Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B for Denmark. But up now we have a Spanish horse ridden by a British rider. It is Joseph Robert Hunt, and he rides at Drida de Centurion. The Grey Stallion, a PRE by Fabago out of Oceano Sen. Owned and bred by Yeguada Centurion. So it is Joseph Robert Hunt and Drida de Centurion. Lovely, expressive trot. Very big moving stallion. Lovely over track in the medium trot. Could just see the hind leg a little bit more underneath himself. Also like to see a bit more bend through these turns on the serpentine. Just leaving that hind leg out. And dropping the pole slightly there in the rein back, but willing steps. Like to see much more ground cover here in the medium walk. Quite limited in the walk and not a lot of freedom through the shoulder. Lovely there in the stretch and keeping a good rhythm through the walk. Lovely activity. As I said, just like to see it a little bit more free in the shoulder, a little bit more suppleness over the back maybe as well. Nicely on the aids into the transition into the canter. Again, quite out behind in the canter. Like to see the hind legs much more underneath himself. Just like to see him carrying a little bit more weight in the hind leg. Pretty nice balance in the canter. And coming into the canter. Just a bit of a miscommunication there on the transition back, unfortunately. Down the centre line now. It is Joseph Robert Hunt and Derrida de Centurion.
Joseph Robert Hunt and Derrida de Centurion for the courthouse Spain.
Some really nice work. Definitely the standout pace was the trot. Very powerful, very active, a lovely rhythm throughout in all three paces. Just in the trot and the canter, just could have carried a little bit more weight through the hind leg. Was just a little bit out behind.
Now our defense from Spain, you're at the VIP.
And his score 8 for the trot, 6.5 for the walk, 7.5 for the canter, 7.4 for submission and 7.5 for perspective. So into 13th with 73.8%.
Perspective 7.5, average 73.8. Voor de datum 8.0, de stap een 6,5, de galop een 7,5, submission 7,4. Toekomstperspectief 7,5 maakt een gemiddeld percentage van 73,8. Dat is Joseph Robert en Derrida de Centurion.
Next up we have a combination for Austria. It is Stefanie Deering and she rides Orheim's Selection, a black mare, another horse by Secret out of a Lictus, owned by Chiara Peng and bred by Ferd de Orheim. So for Austria, it is Stefanie Deering and Orheim Sarah Kay. Just a little bit of tension here at the beginning of this trot work. To watch the balance on that first half circle. Slightly better there in the second half. Just at times looking a little bit quick. Just losing a bit of the self-carriage. You see the horse just leaning a little bit on the bit. not always looking truly through the body. Quite square into the halt. Good steps in the rein back, keeping that pole up. Again, would like to see a bit more relaxation here in the walk. I think she's just riding her a little bit quick and slightly out of her natural rhythm. Therefore, the mare's just struggling a little bit to maintain the self-carriage. Oh, that's a shame. Fell out of the canter. But really lovely, big canter, plenty of air time. Just not always in front of her leg. Yeah, just not quite on the aids there. That's a real pity. Nice there in the stretch. It just needs to be really careful of the balance. And again, I think it all comes down to the fact that it's just all a little bit quick, a little bit hurried. And there we have it for Stefanie Deering and Orheim Sarah Kay. So she just needs to watch the tempo. The horse just rushed a little bit out of its natural balance. And that's when the problems creep in. Really lovely in the canter, definitely the standout pace. Really lovely and big and uphill. Plenty of ground cover, just a shame they had those couple of breaks.
Zoals eerder vermeld, dames en heren, de beste 6 die doorgaan naar de beste 12 moet ik zeggen, die doorgaan naar de finale. Vanavond de prijsstrijking voor de beste 8 paarden. De volgende combinatie voor Denemarken.
So here's the score at 7.4 for the trot, 7 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 6.8 for submission and 7.5 for perspective. So that gives a total of 73.4 and into 14th place. Already we have the next combination into the arena. It is Maria Anita Anderson, and she rides Viva Larin, the second VH. It's a bay mare by Revolution out of a De Nero 6 mare, Swedish warm blood, owned and bred by Vispa Hobby Stutari.
En dan voor de foto's Vive Larin VH en Maria Anita Andersen.
So in now for Sweden, it is Maria Anita Andersson and Viva Loren second. And active through this trot work. Just liked a little bit of bend, especially on the second half of those 10-meter circles. Again, similar to the last horse, just a little bit quick in the tempo. You can see there in the medium trot some nice strides, but just a little bit hurried. Yeah, so some good bending through the serpentine, but it didn't look like easy bending. I'd like to see the horse a little bit more supple through the body and over the back. Really dropping the contact there in the rein back. Again, good activity here in the walk. Nice ground cover. Good rhythm. Horse really relaxed in the arena. Again, just a bit quick there in the tempo and the medium canter. Just lost the balance a little bit there as well. Again, just some problems in that transition. Better there towards the end of the stretch, just as she enabled the horse to take the contact a little bit more forward, but still quite high in the tempo. There we have it for Maria Anita Andersson and Viva Loren the second VH. Some really nice work, just overall similar to the last horse, just a little bit quick in the tempo, especially in the walk, in the trot and the canter. Just needs to be a little bit more relaxed. I said it earlier about that difference between the power and the relaxation, and it was just a little bit quick trying to aim for the power and just lost a bit of the relaxation, and then they just can't be as soft and supple over the back.
aanspoor geeft voor deze combinatie.
So scores are in. It's 8.5 for the trot and the walk, 8.3 for the canter, 8.2 for submission, and 8.5 for perspective. So into fourth place with 84%.
Submission 8.2, perspective 8.5, fourth position with 84%. Glad Florian een 8,5, Verstappen een 8,5, de galop een 8,3, submission 8,2, toekomstperspectief 8,5.
Next up we have a awesome rider from Italy. Here's Francisco Sangiori, and he rides Bonzo. This is a chestnut stallion, a Hanoverian by Boncoeur, out of a Santino mare, owned by Camporetti Aurelia and bred by Tino Floor.
Heeft ze even in het halve graden verband. U ziet van de Camporetti Aurelia en de fokker Tina Verleuke. Bonzo en voor Italy en de Quota of Italy, Francesco Sangiorgio.
So Francesco Sangiori and Bonzo for Italy. A bit unsettled there on that first centre line. Got a lot of left flexion as well. Expressive, especially in front. Would like to see more from the hind leg. Again, same there in the medium trot. Just like to see a bit more difference. A bit more from the hind leg as well. The horse just holding himself through the body a bit in the trot. Like to see much more relaxation and suppleness over the back. Unfortunately didn't maintain a halt at all there. Again, it's just the tension creeping in, unfortunately. Needs to be careful of the walk rhythm. Needs much more relaxation and freedom of the shoulders. Actually moving quite short, long in front. You can see the left foreleg taking much more of a bigger stride than the right. to be careful of the straightness here in the canter. Lovely and active though. Yeah, really needs to be careful of the straightness in this canter work. Swung the quarters to the inside in that canter strike off after the simple change. And again, they're on 2 tracks across the diagonal. So finishing their test, it is for Italy, Francesco Sangieri and Bonzo. Lovely stallion. Again, nice and active through all 3 paces. Needs to really watch the straightness though, especially in the canter work. Quite often was on 2 tracks. Nice and obedient off the aids. See, again, you can see there the horse tilted a little bit in the contact as well. And some scores, 7.6 for the trot, 6.5 for the walk, 7.8 for canter, 7 for submission, 7.3 for perspective, into 16th place with 72.4.
Submission 7 en perspective 7,3. Eindscore 72,4. Trot 7.6, walk 6.5, canter 7.8. Submission 7.0, perspective 7.3, makes a total of 72.4, place number 16. Dat was het resultaat van Francesco Sangieri en de Bonzo. Aan de leiding gaat Valerie B met Anne-Mette Sandbu-Hansen, Denemarken 94,8. Bettina Jeder, Denemarken met Quinn G, tweede 88,2. Op plaats nummer 3 volgt Bart Veeze met Nero 87,8. En de pole position for Sweden, Maria Andersen, Viva Lijnen 84%. En fifth, Amy Jane Woodhead, Great Britain 81.8, the result. From Spain, the next rider, Alba.
So next up it is Alba Abolo Fontella and Roquero FS. It is a pre-stallion by Kabil OMG III out of Centello. Owned and bred by Yeguada Aromite. So it is now for Spain, Alba Abolo Fontella and Roquero FS. Nice and active in the trot work. Could just have a little bit more push from the hind leg. Could just step a little bit more underneath. Yeah, again there in the medium, nice and expressive in front, but definitely a bit out behind in the hind leg. Just show a bit more bend here in the serpentine. Oh, just lost the rhythm towards the end of that second medium trot. Some fairly nice steps in the rein back, a little hurried and just a little bit tight over the back. Good relaxation here in the walk, really nice and active. Could just have a little bit more ground cover in the walk, a little bit more freedom of the shoulder. Just getting a little bit tense before that transition into canter. Lovely and uphill in this canter work though. Showing a really big stride in the canter. Lovely and uphill. Just loses the throughness into those canter transitions. The same thing happened there coming out of the simple change. Keeping the rhythm through the stretch, taking a nice stretch down. Just needed to keep the balance a little better as they come down the centre line to finish now. It is Alba Abolo Fontella and Roquero FS. A really, really lovely horse there. Nice and relaxed in the arena, active in all three paces. Hind legs could have just stepped under a little bit more in the trot work. Kept a lovely frame throughout though, really nice and steady in the contact. Just had that little blip in the second medium trot where they lost the rhythm. The walk was pretty nice, could have just shown a little bit more over track and freedom of the shoulder. And here's the scores: 8.2 for the trot, 7.7 for the walk, 8 for the canter and the submission, and 8.2 for perspective. So into 6th place with a total of 80.2%.
Perspective 8.2. Average of 80.2, position number 6 in the ranking. Zesde plaats, 80,2. De score voor de draf een 8,2. Stappen 7,7. Voorop een 8,0. Submission 8,0. Toekomstperspectief 8,2. Dat is Alba Adolo Fontena uit Spanje. Zodat ik nog een deelnemer uit Spanje, maar die rijdt voor het quotum van de Portugal. Want we krijgen te maken met een Lusitano hengst. Dat valt dan weer onder Portugal.
Next up, we have Jose Antonio Garcia Mena, and he rides Omero H, a black Lusitano stallion owned by CS10 Investimentos and bred by Valabella Participa.
Next to go, Jose Antonio Garcia Mena, Omero H.
So in now it is Jose Antonio Garcia Mena, and he is riding Omero H. Nice cadence in the trot work. Just at times you can see a bit of a head tilt. Nice activity as well in the trot work. Just not always quite balanced. Like to see this the contact a bit steadier as well. Just sometimes he creeps behind the vertical. You can see there in the medium trot. It's a little bit wide behind as well in the mediums. Very active into the walk. Really good ground cover here in the walk. Clearly over tracking. Rhythm not always 100% clear, unfortunately. And that is the problem when these horses have such big walks. It can slightly affect the rhythm. Better in that second diagonal line. Just a bit of the throughness in the transition up into the canter. Really lovely transitions, very obedient horse. Could stretch more here in this half circle. Slightly better towards the end, but needs to take that nose out and down a lot more. So coming down to finish their test now. Jose Antonio Garcia Mena and Omero H. Lovely and active through the test. Very obedient horse. Lovely and willing, really listening to his rider. Not always quite balanced and connected in the trot work. Has a very, very big walk. Didn't always keep the rhythm, especially in the medium walk. Much better in the stretching walk. Lovely simple change in the canter. Again, really obedient in the paces. So we just wait for the scores to come through now. 7.2 for the trot, 5.8 for the walk, 7.5 for canter, 7.8 for submission, and 6.9 for the perspective. So that puts them into 18th place with 70.4%.
Canter 7.5, submission 7.8, perspective 6.9, average of 70.4. Waardering van de juryleden voor de draf een 7,2, voor de stap een 5,8, voor de galop een 7,5, submission 7,8 en perspective 6,9. Eindscore 70,4%. Grote delegatie uit Spanje, Hier gekomen uit Longines FEI WBFSH World Dressage Championship for your horses. Spaanse vlaggen ook meegenomen. We gaan zo dadelijk naar Alejandro Sanchez del Barco voor Spanje. Die bereidt de Roche de Indalo. Hoort tot het PRE.
Up now we have Alejandro Sanchez del Barco, and he rides De Roche de Indalo. Great pre-stallion by Timbolyet out of a kendo mare, owned by Yeguada Indalo and bred by Yeguada Torres Hermosa. So it is Alejandro Sanchez del Barco and De Roche de Indalo into the arena. Nice and active through the trot work, well balanced through the half 10-meter circles. Over tracking there nicely in the medium trot. Maybe just have let the frame out slightly more. Nice bend through the body in the serpentine. Very willing in the rein back, just a little bit unsettled in the halt. I think just a little bit long there in the contact in the medium walk. Do with a bit more over track, just about tracking up in the medium. Lovely there in the stretch, really able to take that stretch down and out in the walk. Just a little bit limited in the shoulder. Shows a nice ability to be able to collect in the canter just lacking a bit of the uphill tendency. Lovely transitions through the simple change. Really nicely on the aids. Keeping the rhythm through the stretch. Good tempo throughout. Really, really lovely job from Alejandro Sanchez del Barco and Dorosha Di Endalo. Super job. Really nice transitions throughout. Lovely harmony between the two. And the scores are in already. An 8 for the trot and the canter, and the submission, a 7 for the walk, and a 7.8 for the perspective. Into 13th with 77.6.
Walk 7.0, canter 8.0, submission 8.0, perspective 7.8. And then it's the 37.6, position number 13 in the ranking. 13e plaats, 77,6 geschoren. Voor de draf een 8, stap een 7, galop een 8, submission een 8 en perspective een 7,8. 77,6 de eindstand. Competition presented by Amon Horse Trucks. Hebben we voor de break, want we hebben straks een half uur pauze, nog 4 te gaan. 4 riders left before the break of half an hour. Nog 4 starters en dan even een tussenpauze. En zo dadelijk nog een deelnemer uit Spanje, Guillermo Garcia Ayala, komt aan start. En dan weer een PRE hengst. Dan hebben we nog Zweden, Carl Hagen en Skyline TOB. Mexico, José Agustín González Flores. Sami Deluxe en Juan Manuel Acosta Porche uit Spanje met Saltez TR. Dat zijn de deelnemers nog voor de weg. Voor Spain, Guillermo Garcia Ayala en Verso de Suzueta. Studying by Cacique Official, Pura Raza Española. Ook bij Maria José Luis en de breeder Jeguada Suaceta.
Into the arena now, it is Guillermo Garcia Ayala, and he rides Verso de Suzeta. It's a black stallion, another pre, and another one owned and bred by Uganda Suzeta. For Spain, Guillermo Garcia Ayala and Verso de Suzeta. Lovely cadence in the trot work. Nice and active. A bit hurried here in the medium. Just have a little bit more bend through those turns in the serpentine. Lovely activity here in the walk. Really good in the stretch. Could just do with a little bit more ground cover in the walk. Really lovely stretching. It was almost a little bit too long in the first section of the medium walk. Needs to watch the straightness there in the canter. Just be a little bit more uphill in this canter work. Lovely transition into the walk. Yeah, really nice in the simple change and showing good clear walk in between the canter as well. Oh, that's a shame. A bit of tension there coming back to the track. So finishing now, it is Guillermo Garcia Ayala and Verse du Suzetta. And scores already in, 7.8 for trot and the walk, 7.5 for the canter, 7.8 for submission and perspective. So into 14th place with 77.4%.
And here is the results. Trot 7.8, walk 7.8, canter 7.5, submission 7.8, perspective 7.8, average of 77.4. Gedrafgeordineerd met cijfer 7,8, de stappen 7,8, de lopen 7,5, de submission 7,8 en toekomstperspectief 7,8. Maakt een score van 77,4. Carl Heden uit Zweden is teruggekomen, rijdt Skyline TOB. Hennis van Doors van Soeplo uit de winning van Ampère. 71 Zweeds Warmbloed Stamhoek, Swedish Warmbloed Association.
Next in, it is the turn of Carl Hedden, and he rides Skyline TOB, a dark bay stallion, a Swedish warm blood by Blue Horse Saint Chiffreau, out of an Ampere mare, owned by Equus Management AB and bred by Maria Rosemussen. So Carl Hedden and Skyline TOB for Sweden. Just won the quarter slightly in that first halt. So much expression in this trot work. Very uphill. Just at times it gets a little bit too high in the frame and could just be a little bit more over the back. Really clear steps in the medium. Again there, a little bit against the hand into the halt. Yeah, and then the rein back. And that's where the horse just generally needs to be more over the back, a little bit more through. Good ground cover here in the walk work. Really walking through the body, really clear rhythm. Again, nice and uphill in the canter work. Just generally in all three paces needs to work a bit more over the back. Really nice and uphill, lovely activity throughout. Lovely direct transition up into the canter. Could have been a bit more direct down into the walk. Lovely and relaxed here in the stretch. So coming down to finish now, it is Carl Haddin and Skyline TOB for Sweden. Some really, really lovely work. Nice and consistent through the paces. Highlight was definitely the canter, lots of ground cover. Just generally could have seen the horse a little bit more over the back, especially in the trot work. Really, really nice in the walk. Great ground cover in the walk as well.
Wonderful horse, Skyline TOB by door Nashville.
So here are the scores. 8.8 for the trot, 8.7 for the walk, 9.5 for the canter, 8.6 for submission, and 9.2 for perspective. So into second place there with a fantastic score. He goes into second with 89.6%. Just 2 more to go now before we have a break. We have a Mexican combination and a German horse still left to go.
Voor de week nog 2 deelnemers te gaan.
So next up we have a combination from Mexico. It is Jose Agustin Gonzalez Flores and Sammy Deluxe the first. Hanoverian Chestnut Gelding by Secret out of Franciscus FRH Mare, owned by Paulina Villarreal de la Garriza and bred by Hick and Herman Bonhost. So in now, Jose Agustin Gonzalez Flores and Sammy Deluxe the first. Just a little bit unbalanced coming down the centre line. And again here on those 2 circles. Quite unsteady in the contact, but a really lovely active trot. Again, a bit of a head tilt in the medium trot. Plenty of cadence in the trot though. Yeah, still with that head tilt. Just riding it a little bit out of, a bit too quick, sorry, in the tempo. Really nice and active and rhythmical, just a little bit too quick, and that affects the balance then in the trot. Good ground cover in the medium walk. Again, lovely activity in the walk. keeping a clear rhythm. Could show just a bit more stretch. Yeah, better here towards the end. That unsteadiness in the contact and the tilt still coming forward here in the canter work. Break in the canter there as well, coming round the corner. Just lost the balance and broke back into the trot. Very willing to take that stretch in the trot. Just quite inconsistent in the stretch. So finishing up now for Mexico is Jose Agustin Gonzalez Flores and Sammy Deluxe the first. Scores already in, 6.8 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 6.8 submission, and 7.5 perspective, a total score of 73.8 and into 18th place.
Here's the results. Trot 6.8, walk 8.0, canter 7.8, submission 6.8, and perspective 7.5. Makes a result of 73.8. 73,8 eindscoren voor de draf, een 6,8 voor de stap, een 8 voor de hop, een 7,8. Submission 6,8 en toekomstperspectief 7,5. Beste 12 paarden, dames en heren, worden geplaatst voor de finale raad deze week. Dit eerste onderdeel bij de bijkaart aangeboden door allemaal de Harstuks Aartsteppen-Zeel. En nog één deelnemer te gaan. Nog één deelnemer te gaan en dan een half uur onderbreking. Dan beginnen we zo rond 3:15 weer. Dan wachten we nu op Juan Manuel Acoste Conche uit Spanje, rijdt voor de quota van Duitsland, dan combinatie met een halve hengst. Saltez TR, met de partij van de Loman.
So the final rider to come in this second part, it is Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce, and he rides Saltez TR, Hanoverian Black Stallion by Secret, out of a De Niro mare owned owned by Jaguar de Acosta Ponce and bred by Dirk Lohman. So in now, it is Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce and Saltez TR. Oh, that's a shame. Just that step of canter. Nice cadence here in the trot. Could just have a bit more engagement from the hind leg there in the medium. This horse is actually the 6th horse that is by Secret. A very, very popular stallion, it seems. Lovely in the frame throughout the whole trot work, keeping nice and open with the pole up, very consistent in the work. A bit reluctant here to go back. Really nice steps in the walk. Lovely and active. Super rhythm. Really, really nice walk. You can see the horse really walking over the back. Slow off the aids up into the canter. Really lovely balance in the canter work. Really big ground covering canter. Really, really super nice in the canter. Could just carry himself a little bit more. So So coming down now to finish, it is Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce and Saltez TR. Really, really super smart horse. Really nice in the canter. Lovely big moving horse. Great balance. Lovely rhythm through all three paces. I really loved how he maintained the frame throughout all of the test. 8.5 for the trot, 8.8 for the walk and the canter and the perspective, and then 8.5 for submission. Into fifth with 86.8%. So we head into a break now, but we are just over halfway through, having had 23 combinations. So out in the lead still is Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B with 9.48 points. In second, it is Carl Hedin and Skyline TOB on 8.96 points. And then in third, it is Bettina Jaeger and Quinn G with 8.82 points. So they are the top three. This rider that we've just seen, Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce and Saltez TR, he comes in to fifth place, just behind Bart Veeze and Nero, who are first in this afternoon. So, as I said, 23 combinations have been, 21 still left to go. We just take a 30-minute break now. The next combination will be in the arena at 14 minutes past 4. But here you can see the official standing so far, 94.8 is the score to beat to go into the lead. The top 12 will qualify through into the final, which will be taking place on Saturday. So join us back in around half an hour time for the part 3 of this 5-year-old qualifying class.
set, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will start again. Over minuut of 3 gaan we weer verder. Het Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship voor Young Horses. Eerste onderdeel van de 5-jarige paarden, aangeboden door Anne-Mette. Omero H starts Zeel. Top 5 weergeven op het scorebord van de Longines. En aan de leiding Valerie B. En Anne-Mette Stelbuur Hansen voor Denemarken. De achtercijfers 94,8 de score. Karel Heden uit Zweden met Skyline TOB op een tweede plaats 89,6. Dan Bettina Jäger voor Denemarken met Quinn G derde 88,20. Nero voor Nederland Bart Veeze op een vierde positie 87,8. En vijfde Juan Manuel Acosta en de handelsplaatsen Saltez TR 86,800. Internationale juryleden gaan in positie met innemers, Suzanne Barup, Denemarken en Monique Peutz-Vechter uit Nederland bij C. En uit Zweden bij E aan het Fransen, Jacobeus en uit de Republiek Zuid-Afrika, Sharon Road. 7 nationale juryleden bij deze 5-jarige kwalificatie. Next rider, Edith Sharon from Brazil, starting Van Gogh.
Welcome back after the break. We are joined now for a rider from Brazil. It is Elias Marino and Van Gogh. It's an Oldenburg stallion owned by CS10 Investments and bred by Gustav Lewitz. So in the arena now, it is Elias Marino and Van Gogh. Nice elastic trot. Lovely balance through the half circles. Keeping the rhythm well. This will spy Vitalis out of the first and bull mare. Just at times looks a little bit tight in the neck. Could just be a little bit more supple over the back. Super cadence in the trot. Nice steps in the medium, just needs to open that frame up a little bit more there. Nice and active here in the walk. Could just see a little bit more ground cover in the walk. Needs to see more relaxation over the back. A little bit more swing in the walk as well. Lovely in the rhythm, in the canter work. Nice here in the frame. Again, would just like to see a bit more relaxation over the back. You can see just at times the horse comes a little bit tight in the neck, a little bit behind the vertical. So finishing up now, it is Elias Moreno and Van Gogh for Brazil. Didn't quite immobilise in all three of those halts, unfortunately, but a really super job from Elias. A really nice, very, very smart, good moving horse. Just wanted to see a little bit more relaxation over the back. Just at times was creeping slightly behind the vertical.
What will be the score for Brazil?
And we have scores. It is 8.5 for the trot, 7.3 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 7.8 submission, and 8 for perspective. So into 12th place was 79.2%.
8.0. Makes the total result of 79.2. Place number 12 so far. 79,2 gewonnen, 12e plaats. Voor de draffe 8,5, voor de stap een 7,3, galop een 8,0, onderdelen submission en perspective 8,0 voor perspective, submission 7,8. Dus 79,2 de eindscore voor Elias Marinho. De 12e plaats is belangrijk, want de beste 12 die gaan door naar de finale. Maar we zijn nog niet zonder 20 deelnemers te gaan. Maar de Oekraïne, van de Oekraïne, Filipenko en Quali TOB. Sicilian, Aldenburg Brands, Martotilas.
Next up, it is Karina Filipenko and Totolito. No guesses who the stallion for this is. Totalus Stallion, by Totalus, an Oldenburg Stallion, and out of a Sir Donahall mare from the Ukraine, owned by Oleg Ostrikov and bred by Bernard Engelman. So now Karina Filipenko and Totolito. Needs to keep the rhythm in the trot. A few little disturbances as they came round the corner after the centre line. Again, seeming rather unsettled around the short side of the arena there. Needs to have some more bend through the serpentine. Could be much more consistent in the contact. Just needs to find better balance and self-carriage. Just dropping the pole in the rein back and again here in the walk, but willing steps in the rein back. You'd like to see this walk a lot more relaxed. Fairly nice in the rhythm. And up into the canter. Here you'd like to see the canter much more uphill. But pretty nice activity in the canter. Good, clear rhythm. Fairly nice transitions through the simple change. Lovely stretching there, really shows the want to take the contact down and out. So finishing their test now, it is Karina Plaplenko and Totolito from Ukraine. Nice activity in the 3 paces. Just needs to find a little bit more balance and self-carriage, especially in the trot work. The canter could just be a little bit more uphill. Lost a bit of the concentration in the walk, but 3 rhythmical paces. Kept the activity nicely throughout the test. And 6.5 for the trot, a 7 for the walk, 7.7 for the canter, 6.5 for submission, and 7.4 for the perspective. So that puts them into 25th place with 70.2%.
Perspective 7.4 makes a total of 70.2. 7,2% voor Qualification en Totolito. Voor de draf een 6,5. Voor de stap een 7,0. Voor de galop een 7,7. Submission 6,5. En toekomstperspectief 7,4. En als bij de 4-jarige paarden van vanmorgen geldt ook hier dat we de prijsvertrekking hebben. Het zal nog een tijd duren, zo rond 7:15. 7:10 is de prijsvertrekking gepland voor de beste 8. Zoals ze zegt, 12 paarden gaan.
Now it is the turn of Thomas Scholes. He rides this lovely Oldenburg stallion. Sorry, Hanoverian stallion by Benicio out of a Desperados mare, owned and bred by Christian Telka. So starting now, it is Thomas Scholes and Bex. Really lovely cadence in the trot. Keeping the activity nicely through the half circles, really lovely in the frame, keeping the pole up. Lovely and supple through the serpentine. Nice active hind legs. Over tracking beautifully in the medium trot. Really, really lovely balance throughout the trot work. That's a shame, just stepped back into that halt. Just curling up a little bit here in the walk. I like to see the nose more on the vertical, but super in the ground cover. Really nice activity in the walk. Oh, that was a shame. Just lost a bit of the straightness as he asked for the transition up into the canter and clipped the boards. Seemed pretty unfazed by it though, so that's good. Lovely jump in the canter. Again, super active in the hind leg in the canter. Back into this super trot. Keeping the rhythm through the stretching. Really, really lovely test from Thomas Scholes and Bex. Ridden really, really beautifully. Really super test, active throughout, plenty of power, really lovely frame throughout. It was just in the walk where he could have just let the nose go out a little bit more, especially in the first diagonal in the medium walk. Really lovely balance, great cadence in the trot work, super in the mediums. A 9 for the trot, 8.5 for the walk, 8.8 for the canter and submission, and 9 for perspective. So that puts him into third place with 88.2%.
8.5. Canter, 8.8. Submission, 8.8. Perspective, 9.0. Makes a total of 88.2 and a third position in the ranking. Laatste rij 88,2. Super tevreden rond Thomas Scholes. Lijst Bex, de halflaan die hier op de derde plaats komt. Voor de lappen 9, de stappen 8,5, de loppen 8,8, submission 8,8 en toekomstperspectief een 9. Nogmaals, derde plaats, 88,2 score. Ons publiek gaf een resultaat van 85,389. Dus iets lager dan de officiële score voor Thomas Scholes en Bex.
Next up, we have a rider from Australia. It is Simone Pearce riding No Limit, a Westphalian chestnut gelding by Janelle out of Floristan mare, owned by Monica and Thomas Ritzinger and bred by Rodedink.
The owners are Monica Ritzinger, Thomas Ritzinger, and the breeder, the Wooding family. Next to number 27 of this star order, Simone Pearce from Down Under from Australia, and No Limits.
So it is Simone Pearce and No Limit. Just lost a bit of concentration there in that first halt. A very, very big, expressive gelding. Just at times has the tendency to become a little bit short in the neck. Just to be very careful to keep that nose out on the vertical line. Nice and uphill through the medium trot again. I'd like to see a little bit more lengthening of the frame there. Nice balance through the serpentine. Could just see a bit more from the hind leg in the medium trot. Good relaxation here in the walk, keeping that activity nicely. Very, very clear in the rhythm. Good over track. Very nice walk. Huge ground cover in this canter work. Lovely and uphill. That's a shame. Just getting a bit tight and a bit tense and then changed in the canter. Keeping that cadence through the trot in the stretch. Could definitely have just shown a little bit more stretching. Seemed to get a little bit hot in that. What a super horse. Some really, really nice work. That trot is something quite special. Just needed to take her time a little bit more in those transitions. She had a couple of trot steps going into the canter and then down from the canter into the walk in the simple change. Just lost the fluency a little bit. But so much ground cover in all three paces, in fact. 9.2 for the trot, 8.5 for the walk, 8.8 for canter, 8.3 for submission, and 9.2 for perspective. A real shame about those mistakes in the canter with the changes. As I said, just could have ridden those transitions a little bit crisper, but a really super test from Simone Pearce and No Limit. So next up we have Lottie Fry, and she rides Nellegro, KWPN stallion by Painted Black out of a Negro mare, owned and bred by Van Olst Horses.
We gaan naar de voetgrid Dressage Nellegro en Lottie Fry, maar daar voor de quota van Nederland.
So in the arena now, it is our world champion Lottie Fry riding Nellegro. Very active in the trot. Just needs to watch the balance at times. just becomes a little bit tight, just comes back at her just a little bit. Lovely bending through the serpentine. Super square halt. Keeping the activity through into the walk. Good clear rhythm. Needs to make sure that he takes that nose out in the stretching. Just generally in the trot and the walk so far, I would like to see a bit more relaxation, a little bit more suppleness. Well handled by Lottie. You can just see him bracing himself over the back. Just quite a bit of tension in the arena today. Hopefully this will give them confidence, and if they qualify for the final, they can come back feeling a lot more confident in the arena. So finishing now, it is Lottie Fry and Nellegro. Some really nice work. Could just have been more steady in the contact throughout. Could just see quite a bit of tension where he was just hollowing a little bit and holding himself. 8.7 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 8.3 for the canter, 7.8 for submission, and 8.5 for perspective. So into ninth with 82.6%.
Perspective 8.5. Makes a total result of 82.6 and position number 9 in the ranking. Voor het draf een 8.7, de stappunt 8.0, de looppunt 8.3, submission 7.8 en perspective 8.5, 9 plaats, percentage 82,6%. Dan wordt ongeveer komt binnen van Hungary is van de Marshall en dan bij de USJ. Ingeschreven de DSP. DSP staat voor Istanbul van de Brandenburg. Het is paard dan bij de USJ van de Dom Royal en Beeland.
So next up we have a combination from Hungary, Sven Marshall, and they're riding Don Bellevue SJ, a stallion by Don Royal out of Belantis. Owned by Siska and bred by Hugh Steffens. Good activity in the trot. Nice and light-footed and elegant. Needs to just keep that nose on the vertical line much better there in the medium trot. Just coming a little bit back in the working trot. Better now actually after the medium. Ooh, bit of tension here. Some of the horses really finding something quite spooky behind the E marker. A lot of tension there as well in the rein back. Quite a bit of tension today for this partnership, which is a real shame. Good rhythm here in the canter work. Getting quite tight there in the walk in the simple change, but good transitions. Could just have a bit more uphill tendency generally in the canter. So coming down now to finish the test, it is Istvan Marshall and Don Bellevue SJ. Unfortunately, quite a bit of tension today, holding back some marks. 7.8 for the trot, 6.8 for the walk, 7.6 for canter, 6.8 for submission, and 7.5 for perspective. So into 26th place with 73%.
Here are the results for trot 7.8, walk 6.8, canter 7.6, submission 6.8, perspective 7.5, average of 73%. Laten 7,8, de stap een 6,8, de galop een 7,6, submission 6,8 en perspective 7,5. 73% voor de raker Hongarije Istvan Marshall. Op het nationale Event Center Ermelo staan ze op het Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship voor Young Horses. Vandaag de kwalificatie voor de 5-jarige paarden. We gaan zo dadelijk naar Noorwegen met Katrien Rasmussen. We hebben altijd ietsjes voor op het tijdschema. Terwijl het weer gaat regenen. Ze toch genieten van jonge paarden hier in de dressuurbaan. Zo dadelijk voor Noorwegen Katrien Rasmussen. Direct naar Minas Sebastian. Van Secret, nog 5 deelnemers van Secret dacht ik te gaan vanmiddag. Secret die zelf zilver won op het WK jonge paarden.
Next up we have Catherine Rasmussen, and she rides Ravina's Sebastian. This is a black gelding, another one by Secret, out of De Niro 6 mare, owned by Catherine herself and bred by Evy Lundkens. And they're representing Norway. losing a bit of balance down the centre line. Some nice trot work, some good elasticity. Could just have a little bit more activity from the hind leg into a steadier contact. You can see him there just fighting a little bit on the right rein. Again, some resistance in the halt going into the rein back. But good activity here in the walk. Just dropping the pole a bit here in the canter. Some nice ground cover in the medium canter though, could show a little bit more difference. Again, just dropping off of the rider's aids in the simple change. Not a clean transition into the walk. So finishing their test now. It is Catherine Rasmussen and Ravina's Sebastian. They're representing Norway. Today just quite unsettled in the contact, unfortunately. Could have just been a little bit more active from the hind leg into a steadier contact. Just lost out in some of the transitions as well. Again, just needs to be in front of the leg a little bit more. But 3 nice quality paces. And here's the score, 7.8 for the trot, 7.5 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 7 for the submission and 7.5 for perspective. Into 23rd place with 75.2%.
Submission 7.0, perspective 7.5, effort 75.2. 75,2 de eindscore voor de DAF, een 7,8, de stap een 7,5, de galop een 7,8, submission 7,0, toekomst perspectief 7,5, 75,2 de score. Nou, zegt 11 nakomelingen van Secret alleen vandaag al bij de 5-jarige. Op de volgende staat dat van Secret, So Secret, met Jessica Michel Botton uit Frankrijk. Secret gecombineerd met Heuenstein. Zijn halve aan Donia, Jossa, Dressage en Jessica Michel Botton, de eigenaren, Peter Bush, de breeder. So
next into the arena, it is Jessica Michael Botton, and she is riding So Secret, another gelding by Secret, out of Holstein mare, a Hanoverian, owned by EARL, Claudia Collard Dressage Stable, and Jessica herself, and bred by Peter Bosch. So in now it is Jessica Michael Botton and So Secret. Lovely light trot, really, really elegant horse. Could have a bit more lengthening there in the medium trot. Really nice in the rhythm. Yeah, I'd just like to see a little bit more, especially from the hind leg there in the medium trot. Just needs a little bit more ground cover in this walk. Very limited on the over track. Again, lovely and active in this canter. Really uphill. Plenty of air time as well. Nice there in the stretching, keeping the good rhythm in the trot. And into the final hold for Jessica Miguel Borton and So Secret. Really, really lovely combination. Super elegant. 7.7 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 8.2 for canter, 8 for submission, and 8.2 for perspective. Total of 79.8 and into 14th place.
Canter 8.2, submission 8.0, perspective 8.2. And the average is 79.8, position number 14 in the ranking. 79,8 percentage, 14e plaats voor de draf, een 7,7 de stap, een 7,8, waarop 8,2, submission een 8 en toekomstperspectief 8,2, 79,8 nullen. Publiek had een resultaat van 81,187. Spectator judging 81.187. Opnieuw uit Frankrijk, Maxime Collard met Viadora. Het is waar first look en Valentino op een support.
Next up, we have Maxime Collard and Feodora. A mare by First and Look out of our Valentino mare. Lovely Hanoverian, owned by SAS Applicant Horses. Really nice and light in the trot. Very elegant horse. Plenty of cadence in the trot. Just a little bit of tilting on the half circles. Really lovely self-carriage. Good balance through the serpentine. Could have held the halt a little bit longer. Losing the throughness in the transition up into the canter. Just a little bit at times unsteady in the contact here in the canter work. And again, losing that throughness in the transitions, especially the one from canter down into the walk. So coming up to finish their test, it is Maxime Collard and Theodora for France. A really, really special mare. The trot was definitely a highlight for me. Really light-footed, very elegant. Stayed in such a lovely frame throughout. The rhythm never changed. Just at times became a little bit unsteady in the contact in the canter. Good rhythmical paces though. An elegant, happy horse. A real pleasure to watch. 8.5 for trot, 7.8 for walk, 7.9 for canter, 8.2 for submission, and 8.3 for perspective. So that puts her into 11th place with 81.4%.
Submission 8.2, perspective 8.3. Place number 11 in the ranking with a score of 81.4. Mooie 11e plaats, 81,4 voor Maxime Collard en de Fürstenlook-dochter Viadora. Met 8,5 voor de draf, voor de stap een 7,8, voor de loop een 7,9. Onderdeel submission 8,2 en toekomstperspectief 8,3. En dat is dus 81,4 percentage. Nog 2 combinaties te gaan en dan weer een korte onderbreking van 10 minuten. En na die 10 minuten break hebben we nog 10 deelnemers. Dus totaal nog 12 starts te verwachten bij deze kwalificatie van de 5-jarige paarden. Aangeboden door allemaal hartstikke punten. Met Anne-Mette Strandbuur-Hansen altijd op die eerste plaats.
Next up is Soraya Hendricks, and she is riding Sacramento Bollenhof. Another horse by Secret, Belgian warm blood gelding, out of a quarterback mare, owned by Hendricks and bred by Isolde Topens.
Gecombineerd met bloed van de quarterback. Paard in bezit van Phoebe Hendricks en gevolgd door Isolde Topens. Voor de quota of Belgium, Soraya Hendricks, Sacramento van het Bloemenhof.
So Soraya Hendricks and Sacramento Bollenhof. Great cadence here in the trot. Just have a bit more bend through the body through these half circles. Nice there in the frame, in the medium. Could maybe just have had a little bit more from the hind leg, a bit more push. Lovely into the halt. Could have just maintained the halt for a little bit longer. But really nice and balanced into that. Lots of ground cover here in the walk. A really clear, active rhythm. Lovely and relaxed. Plenty of airtime in this canter, great ground cover, maintaining that really nice frame. Lost a bit of the fluency in the transition from the canter into the walk there. Nice and straight on the diagonal lines. Really, really super in the canter. Keeping that good rhythm in the trot work through the stretch. Really willing to take that rein down. So coming up to finish the test is Soraya Hendricks and Sacramento Blumenhof. A wonderful test from this pair. Lovely activity in all three paces. Nice steady contact throughout the test. Just at times could have seen a little bit more active hind leg. Really lovely in the walk, a great over track, and lovely relaxation throughout.
There's the result, trot 7.5, walk 8.0, canter 7.8, submission 7.8, perspective 7.7, average of 77.6 en place nummer 21. 7 en 7,6 te scoren. Voor de draffen 7,5 voor de stappen 8, de galoppen 7,8. Submission 7,8 en toekomstperspectief 7,7. 77,6 dus plaats 21 voor Soraya Hendricks uit België. Volgende week, dames en heren, de collectie van de KWPN online 3 en 4-jarige paarden. Auction vol beloftevolle jongpaarden komt aanstaande maandag 7 augustus online. Meebieden op deze getalenteerde groep paarden waardoor enkele NMK-merries kan tot en met maandag 14 augustus. Bekijk de collectie op kwbn.auction.
So the final rider before the break, it is Alejandro Sanchez Barco, and he is riding Rondo de Andalo. It is a pre-stallion by Poeta di Suzetta, and out of a Bandolero mare, owned by Logama SL, and bred by Uganda Indalo.
Rider for Spain, last one before the 10 minutes break, Alejandro Sanchez del Barco.
Really lovely frame here in the trot. Wonderful activity. Really nice in the hind leg. Keeping the balance well through the half circles. Could have just had a little bit more push from the hind leg in the medium, keeping that lovely regular rhythm throughout. Just gets a little bit quick in the tempo, a little bit hurried in the medium trots. But a lovely frame and lovely picture throughout the trot work. Good steps in the rein back. Nice and active here in the walk. Again, a very clear rhythm. Pretty good over track. Lovely relaxation. The bigger marks, I think you just want to see a little bit more freedom of the shoulder. Lovely in the simple change, really nice and fluent. Lovely uphill tendency in the canter work. Good air time. Nice obedient horse. Seems very willing in his work. And the scores are in before the hold. 7.8 for the trot, an 8 for the walk and the canter, an 8.3 for submission, and an 8 for perspective. Into 12th place for Alejandro Sanchez del Barco and Rondo de Fontembetti. Sorry, not that horse. Rondo de Endalo. A combination best of 80.2% and into 12th place.
7.8.
So we now go into another 10-minute break, our final break, and we will see the final competitors coming forward in this class. 10 riders left to go. So join us back at 5:52 for the final combinations. The score to beat at the moment is 94.8%. That is of Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B.
Er will be a 10 minutes breakdown, 10 minuten onderbreking en dan de laatste 10 deelnemers. Ja, veel enthousiasme bij de Spaanse fans en de hechtteam. Dat betekent dat wij in de top, dames en heren, van het klassement nog geen wijzigingen meer hebben gezien. Met aan de leiding Valerie B, Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen, Carl Heden uit Zweden op Skyline TOB. Tweede, Bettina Jäger staat met Quinn G voor Denemarken. Derde, Thomas Schulze met Bex op een vierde plaats. Simone Pierce en No Limit uit Australië. Vijfde, zesde Bart Veeze met Nero. Zevende op dit moment Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce en Saltez TR at place number 7. En at position number 8 Maria Andersen, Viva Larijne VH. Nou, dat zijn de beste 8 op dit ogenblik. Zijn 10 minuutjes, 17:52, de start van de Leonardo Freire uit Portugal. A short break now. Maar dames en heren, kunnen wij allemaal een Horst terecht voor nieuwe, maar ook gebruikte paardenwagens uit voorraad of op maat gemaakt. De collectie varieert van 2 paardswagens tot grote paardenvrachtwagens met een luxe living. Ook staan de servicemedewerkers in de werkplaats klaar om uw paardenwagen in optimale conditie te houden. Dan kunnen wij allemaal terecht voor onderhoud, 24 uur service en APK. Wist u dat het ook mogelijk is om een paardenwagen te huren? Horstrucksforrent.com beschikt over kleine paardenwagens door heel Nederland, welke u eenvoudig online kunt reserveren. Zodat ik de laatste 10 deelnemers in dit wereldkampioenschap. 10 riders left in this World Championship. First qualification for 5-year-old horses presented by Animal Horse Trucks. 10 riders left and then the prize giving ceremony. We hebben nog 10 combinaties en dan de prijsuitreiking voor de top 8 van het klassement van deze eerste dag van het prestigieuze Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for Young Horses. For Portugal, the next rider, Leonardo Freire, studying Helen de Fonte Abeti. And that's the mare by Valverde, and in the dam line, Fabriano. Owned by Equestrian Academy, and breeder is Luisa Antonelli. Also for the quota of Portugal, the next rider, Leonardo Freire. Van Valverde, dames en heren, won brons in 2019 hier op het WK, ook in Ermelo. En ja, de moederlijn daar stond niet.
Welcome back to the fourth and final part of this 5-year-old qualifier. We have Leonardo Freire and Helen de Fontainebleau in the arena now. A Hanoverian mare by Valverde, owned by Equestrian Academy. Sportiva del Toscanese. Oh gosh, that's a bit of a mouthful, I'm sorry. Del Etanitistica, and bred by Luisa Antonelli. Lovely cadence there in the trot, just a little bit tight in the neck at times. The horse just drawing back a little bit behind the vertical. Some nice steps in the medium, could just have a bit more push from the hind leg. And again, could just do with a bit more bend through the body here. And a bit more flexion, especially to the left in the serpentine. Just needs to be very careful of the walk rhythm. Nice in the contact though. Slightly better in the walk rhythm here. Nice and uphill in the canter work. Could just be a little bit more supple over the back in the canter. Lovely there in the stretch, really able to take that rein down and keep the lovely trot rhythm. Just like to see some of that relaxation more as he picks the trot up into this contact. There we have it for Leonardo Freire and Helen di Fontabetti.
Valverde and Fabriano.
A lovely, elegant horse. Just at times, as I said, was a little bit tight in the neck, just creeping a little bit behind the vertical. Definitely lost marks in the walk because of the rhythm, which was a real shame. There you can see just as she gets a little bit tight. Also struggled a little bit with the bend to the left in the circles and the serpentine in the trot. So the scores are in. It's 7.8 for the trot, 5.5 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 7.3 for submission, and 6.8 for perspective, putting them into 33rd place with a score of 74.4%.
Perspective 6.8 and the average is 70.4. 70,4%. Met de volgende cijfers voor de draffen 7,8, voor de stappen 5,5, voor de galoppen 7,8, onderdeel submission 7,3, toekomstperspectief 6,8, maakt dus totaal 70,4%.
Next up, we have Maria Athena Anderson, and she rides Rose de Fontaine, an Oldenburg mare by Revolution, out of a Desperados mare, owned by Helga Strand Dressage, and bred by SCEA Domaine Fontaine.
Breeder Domaine Fontaine, Rose de Fontaine for Germany, Maria Anita Anderson.
So starting their test now, Maria Anita Anderson and Rose de Fontaine. Very elegant mare. Good ground cover there in the medium trot. Quite abrupt there in the transition back into the working trot. Nice bending through the serpentine. Again, super there in the medium trot. Needs to stay more consistent in the contact, in the walk. Good over track though. This mare very, very happy in the arena, very relaxed. Could just be a little bit more supple over the back in the walk, and as I said, much more consistent in the frame. Nice and uphill in the canter. Really good air time in the canter. Plenty of jump. Really nicely ridden through the canter work as well. And straight away back into that lovely uphill trot. So there we have it for Maria Anita Anderson and Rose de Fontaine. A super job. Such a lovely mare. Very, very smart. Well ridden. Trot work was definitely stand out. Really elegant, lovely and light-footed, beautifully balanced throughout. Unfortunately, in the walk, she just had a few problems with the contact, just kept creeping down and behind the vertical. Didn't always keep the rhythm quite secure behind. And then the canter was lovely and uphill. A 9.3 for the trot, a 7.8 for the walk, an 8.5 for canter, 8.8 for submission and perspective. So that puts them into 8th place with 86.4%. Nice to see some familiar faces behind the marker at K. Lots of judges in there.
Position number 8 in the ranking. Mooie 8e plaats, 86,4 de score. Voor de draf een 9,3, de stap een 7,8, de drop een 8,5, submission 8,8, toekomstperspectief 8,8, 8e plaats.
Next up it is Mette Seberg Jensen and About You the Second. A stallion by ACDC4 out of an Estebar NRW mare. Owned by Yara Reinhardt and Gut Elbach. And the breeder is Stefan Borgmans.
And the breeder, Stefan Borgmans. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Germany for the quartile of Germany, About You 2, and Mette Seberg Jensen.
So it is Mette Berg Jensen and About You Too. Very powerful stallion. Lots of expression in this trot work. A bit of tension there as they came up to B. Lots of lovely cadence through the trot. Could show a little bit more bend to the left, much better in the bend to the right. Again, quite unsettled here with calling. Just affecting the overall suppleness as well. Lovely into the halt. Again, just losing his attention and some dragging in the rein back. I think a lot of these young horses that have come into the arena quite unsettled today will really, really gain from the exposure of being in an arena like this, and hopefully when they come back for either the finals or the small finals, they'll have gained in confidence and hopefully be a little bit more settled in the arena. Again, quite unsettled here in the walk, calling lots. Did well to get a pretty good quality walk, in all fairness, considering how much he was calling. Fairly good rhythm. Just needs more relaxation and could show a lot more suppleness. Yeah, again, some problems there with some spooking and a bit of tension. The rain's coming down as well now, which probably isn't helping very much. Very irregular weather today. Nice transition from the canter to the walk, but then just lost it in the walk a little bit. Oh gosh, that weather. Oh, not sure if it's those flowers that he doesn't like or what it is. The rain doesn't seem to be bothering him too much though. It's just the tension throughout the test for this partnership today which has really, really held them back. Well done in that horrendous weather. They deserve all of that cheering. She's absolutely drenched. A real shame that the horse just didn't seem to settle today in the test. Quite a lot of spooks, a lot of calling, just affected the overall suppleness of the horse. She's doing the right thing now, though. I'd definitely keep circling around there if I was her. Yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. That's the thing, you need to make the most of this time in the arena. Really lovely active test, though. Lovely way of going. Just needs to be a lot more relaxed in the arena. Just too much tension holding them back today. But definitely a horse for the future.
Met ook onder de quota van Finland, alhoewel het een KBPN-merrie is. Nymphia is de naam, dochter van Fürstenbal, en de merrie van Dream Boy. In bezit ook van de Amazone Anne Kainonen en de fokker PTM van Gorkum de Jong.
So here's the scores: 8.5 for the trot, 7.9 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 6.8 submission, and 8 for perspective. So now we have Anne Kinonen, and she is riding Nymphia, a KWPN mare by First and Ball, out of a Dream Boy mare, owned and ridden by Anne, and the breeder is PTM van Gorkum de Jong, a partnership from Finland.
Voor de quota of Finland, Anne Kainonen, starting Nymphia.
Some nice cadence in the trot. The balance just a little bit too much on the foreleg. Like to see much more weight coming down in the hind leg for a more uphill frame. Just generally the trot needs a bit more power and a bit more activity from the hind leg, just to encourage that self-carriage a bit more. Losing the connection in the rein back. See a little bit of tension in the mouth as well. Good relaxation here in the walk. Nice over track, keeping a good 4-beat rhythm. Just could do with being a little bit more active. Losing a bit of the throughness in the transition up into canter. better uphill tendency in the canter than in the trot. The hind legs could just be more under to be able to carry them a bit more. That really showed up in that transition from the canter to the walk, where he just fell through the shoulder rather than really sitting and taking the weight behind in the transition. So coming down now to finish their test from Finland, it is Anne Kanonen and Nymphia.
From Finland, Anne Kanonen and the mare Nymphia were first of all and Dream Boy.
Very, very relaxed horse in the arena, seems to take it all in her stride. I have to say most first and balls that I've come across seem to be very, very calm, very relaxed, take things as they come, and this mare is no exception. Just for me, I'd like to see more uphill tendency, especially in the trot work. You want to see the pole at the highest point. Just needs more push, more power from the hind legs. Trot 7.5, walk 7.7, canter 7.8, submission 7.2 and perspective 7.6. So into 29th place there with 75.6%.
Here's the results. Trot 7.5, walk 7.7, canter 7.8, submission 7.2, and perspective 7.6. Average of 75.6, place number 29, 75,6 de score. Voor de draf een 7,5, voor de stap een 7,7, de galop een 7,8.
So still out in the lead we have Anne-Mette Hansen and Valerie B with a score of 94.8%. In second it is Carl Hedden and Skyline TOB with 89.6, and third is Bettina Jaeger and Quinn G with 88.2.
Driemaal op rij dit Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for Young Horses. 3 keer op rij hier in Ermelo, want ook volgend jaar zal dit wereldkampioenschap hier plaatsvinden. En daarna gaat het weer terug naar Verden. Nou, de beste 5 die hebben we al regelmatig op het scherm laten zien. De nummers 6 tot en met 8 heb ik zo even genoemd. Kunnen er rekening mee houden dat ze misschien, je weet nooit hoe de einduitslag aan het eind zal zijn, misschien in aanmerking komen voor die prijsuitreiking aan het eind van deze openingsdag. Winnaar Stefan Wolf, deelnemer uit Duitsland. Het ook voor de quota van Duitsland met Elliot the Dancer. It's the 5 years old gelding by
Next in the arena it is Stefan Wolf and he's riding Elliot the Dancer. A Westphalian gelding by Escala out of Vitalis mare, owned by Jutta Hildebrandt and bred by Leo Hermans. So Stefan Wolf and Elliot the dancer for Germany. So unbalanced coming into the halt. Lovely there in the frame. Really nice and open, keeping the pole up. Just lost a bit of the suppleness. Got a little bit long halfway through the medium trot. With a bit more bend through the serpentine. It was the same in the half 10-meter circles at the beginning. Interesting movement in the right hind leg. It seems to be stepping out rather than under. Good here in the walk, nice and active. Could just have a little bit more freedom through the shoulder. Lovely stretching. A bit of the connection in the transition up into canter. I'd like to see it a little bit more through. Ooh. Not sure what that was about. Seen a lot of problems down this side of the arena. Needs to be clearer in the walk, in the simple change, but nice transitions. Good in the stretch, in the trot there. Maintaining that rhythm in the trot. Losing a bit of the straightness there into the final halt is Stefan Wolf and Elliot the dancer.
Stefan Wolf, Elliot the dancer. dancer gelding maar Escolar.
Shame about that big spook in the medium canter.
Bart ingeschreven het West-Velische vierde stamboog.
Lovely contact throughout the test, especially in the trot. Really nice and open, keeping the pole up. Really lovely and active in the trot work. Just as I say, that funny movement where he just steps a little bit wide with his right hind in the trot. The walk was lovely and active, really relaxed.
We hebben nog 5 deelnemers te bewonderen in deze prachtige openingsdag.
Just there, you could see him losing a little bit of the suppleness in the bend in the half 10-meter circles. You can see there, just kind of, as he places his right hind leg down, it just goes out a little bit. And here's the mark, 7.5 for trot, 7.8 for walk, 7.7 for canter, 7 for submission, and a 7.8 for perspective into 29th with 75.6%.
Perspective 7.8 and the average 75.6. 75,6.
Just 5 horses left to go. The top 12 will go forward to the finals. The rest will go forward to the small final tomorrow, where the top 3 will qualify for the final, which will take place on Saturday. Up next, it is Sergio Moromba, and he rides Svengard's Zigzag. Another one by Secret, a stallion by Secret, out of a blue horse, Don Romantic, mare, Danish warm blood, owned by Conviction, Equisport Future SL, and bred by Suturi Svengarden. Nice and light-footed in the trot work. Could just be a little bit more supple in those turns. I just see a bit more from the hind leg. Just looks a little bit slow behind. Nothing to do with his way of going, but he has the most spectacular tail. Again, would like to see more suppleness through these serpentine curves. Yeah, it could show more lengthening in the medium trot. Again, I just want to see more push from the hind leg in those. becoming a bit unsettled here in the walk. Definitely would like to see more relaxation, more freedom of the shoulder. Fairly nice in the over track. Fairly nice uphill tendency in the canter. Shows the ability to be able to collect in the canter. Again, the same as the walk, I'd just like to see a bit more freedom of the shoulder in the canter work. But good jump from the hind leg. So coming down to finish their test now, it is Sergio Moromba and Sven Garden Zigzag.
Voor Denmark, Sanne Gordon Zigzag, powered by Secret, Blue Horse, Don't Romantic, and the rider Sergio Moromba.
A combined age of just 26 for these two. Lots of pats, lovely to see. Lovely elasticity in the trot. Just wanted to see a little bit more push from the hind legs. Trot 7.8, walk 6.8, canter 7.5, submission 7.2, and perspective 7.5. Ranking 34th with a score of 73.6%.
Average of 73.6. 73,6 de score. Voor de draf een 7,8. Stap 6,8. Galop 7,5. Submission 7,2. En toekomstperspectief 7,5.
So next up we have Mikkel Gern Christensen, and he rides Greven Sirius, a Danish warm blood gelding, another one by Secret, out of a Johnson mare, owned and bred by Statori Greven.
En Michael Grunne Christensen.
So it is Mikkel Gern Christensen and Gravens Sirius. So 25% of the horses in this class are by secret, which is quite remarkable, really. 11 out of 44 horses, all by the same stallion. Lacking a little bit of activity in this trot work. I'd like to see him go a little bit more forward, but plenty of elasticity in the trot. Quite short in the steps and the rein back. I'd like to see more fluency through those. Just loses the rhythm. Needs to keep that 4-beat rhythm throughout all of the walk work. I'd like to see more over track here in the medium walk. Better. Could be steadier into the contact as well here in the walk, but really lovely clear rhythm, nice activity. Do with a bit more of that activity in the trot work, and a lovely transition into the canter, nice and uphill, a clear transition there into the medium canter, great ground cover. Very big, powerful horse. This is definitely their standout pace. Beautiful straightness, keeping the balance really nicely through the counter-canter. Needs to take that nose out more here in the stretch. Better there towards the end. And there we have it for Mikkel Gern Christensen and Graven Sirius. Beautiful work in the canter, some of the best canter work we've seen in this class for sure. Just needed to be more active in the trot. Had a really lovely trot, just needed a little bit more push. bit more push would also help with the self-carriage as well. But plenty of power in this engine. Good transitions in the canter work as well. An 8.2 for the trot and 8 for the walk, 9.2 for the canter, 8.7 submission and 8.8 for perspective. So into 9th place with 85.8%.
Perspective 8.8. And position number 9 in the ranking with a score of 85.8.
So he's guaranteed himself a spot in the final. Top 9 have all guaranteed their places in the final now, with just 3 left to go. So the people at risk are Maria Anita Anderson and Viva Lien, Charlotte Fry and Nellegro, and Amy Woodhead and MSJ Viva Dannebrog. They are all the riders at risk of being knocked out of the final by the next 3 riders. So anything above 84% qualify for the final now.
3 riders left, and then the prize giving ceremony for the 8 best riders of today. Morgen beginnen we trouwens in de hoofdpiste om 8 uur, en de andere piste om 9 uur. Wordt weer een zeer boeiende dag, interessante dag, met de jonge dressuurpaarden in de hoofdrol. En dan gaan we zo dadelijk naar team NL. Bereikt de Nederlandse Amazone Edith Sharon, Edith bereikt Dutch Dream, KWP Hengst van Dream Boy en First Romancier in de moedlijn.
So next up we have Edith Sharon, and she's riding Dutch Dream, a stallion by Dream Boy out of First Romancier, KWPN owned by Jax TM Mayer and Stall Berkman VOF, and the breeder is APG Delange. Lovely, light, elegant horse. Oh, just lost the rhythm there on the centre line. Yeah, just needs to be careful of the rhythm at times in this trot work. Lovely lengthened strides. Lovely bending through the serpentine loops. Some fairly nice steps in the walk. Could be a little bit more relaxed, a bit more supple over the back. Oh, that's a pity. I'd like to see a bit more freedom of the shoulder here as well in the walk. Just a bit of tension as well creeping in. Nice uphill tendency in the canter. Unfortunately, they started on the wrong lead. I've seen a few times where the tongues come out as well, unfortunately. So coming down to finish their test, it is Edith Sharon and Dutch Dream. A bit of tension in the test today, especially in the walk work, which was a real shame. Some nice work in the trot, lovely and light-footed. Could just have been a little bit more forward, and unfortunately the tongue did pop out a few times. 7.2 for the trot, a 7 for the walk, a 7.2 for the canter, 6.5 for submission and 7.2 for perspective. Into 41st with 70.2%.
Submission 6.5, perspective 7.2. Average of 70.200. Kwam uit op een score van 70,200. De draf gewaardeerd met een 7,2. De stap met een 7. De galop met een 7,2. Onderdeel submission 6,5. En de toekomstperspectief 7,2. nog 2 hengsten te bewonderen. Be Sure, Hallo Veraan en Everest. En een perser. We willen het Thomas Sittenbjergaard uit Denemarken. Hij rijdt voor de quota van Duitsland. De hengste Be Sure.
Next up it is Thomas Singebergaard, and he is riding Be Sure, a stallion by Benicio, out of the Scuderia Mare, Hanoverian, owned by Helga Strand Dressage and bred by Lottie Fry. So Thomas Sigtenbergaard and Be Sure. Very expressive in the trot work, plenty of power. Could just have a little bit more push from the hind leg. Like to see a bit more self-carriage. Just at times it looks a bit on the hand. Very, very flashy forelimb. Like to see a bit more bend to the right in the serpentine. Lovely over tracking, just a little bit hurried in the medium. Losing the fluency, a bit reluctant in the rein back. Be much more steady in the contact in this walk work. Again, stepping out with that right hind leg. We saw it in the trot with one of the horses earlier. Very wide behind. Enormous ground cover in this canter. Lovely and uphill. A little bit of resistance in the contact coming into the counter canter. It's very easy with this horse to get quite distracted by the flashy front end. But it's also really important to look at that hind leg. And it is just, for me, I feel it just doesn't quite match up to the foreleg. So there we have it for Thomas Sigvendegaard and Bishaw.
Under de koortaan of Germany, be sure. Alle plaatshebbers van Benicio met Thomas Sigvendegaard.
Some lovely consistent work through the test. Very, very flashy, very expressive in front. Plenty of power. Just would have liked to have seen a bit more self-carriage.
Thomas and be sure daar.
And here are the marks. 8.5 for the trot, 8.5 for the walk, 8.2 for canter, 8 for submission, and 8.5 for perspective. So into 11th place with 83.4%.
Perspective 8.5. Place number 11.
So they have guaranteed their place in the final.
83,4, 11e plaats, dames en heren, daarmee geplaatst voor de finale. Thomas Sigvendegaard.
That does mean, though, that they have knocked Maxime Collard off.
Zolang is dit, dames en heren, we zijn halverwege begonnen. Het is 7 uur geweest. Nog 1, en dan weten we de einduitslag en gaan we de prijzen uitreiken.
So one more combination left to go. It's a British rider and a Dutch horse.
Phoebe Peters, maar start voor Team NL, voor de koortaan van Nederland. Rijdt de snelheid Evers, de zoon van S-Special.
It is Phoebe Peters and she rides Everest, a grey stallion by E-Special out of a Negro mare, owned and bred by Van Olst Horses. So the final rider for this 5-year-old qualifier, it is Phoebe Peters and she is riding Everest. Beautiful eye-catching horse. Very expressive in the trot work. Lovely activity. Just could be a little softer over the back. Just at times looks a little bit tight in the neck. Nice steps there in the medium. Again there, just a little bit of tension creeping in, which just shows up in the neck. Lovely there in the medium trot. Good square halt. Quite quick in the steps in the rein back. Lovely and active in the walk. Again, would like to see more relaxation over the top line. Really clear rhythm. Horse just curling up a little bit there in the stretching. Tension there again, coming back from the medium canter. As I said, a lot of horses really struggling down that lung side. Funnily enough, only on that left rein. Few mistake with changing behind through that bit of tension. Nice transition from the canter to the trot. Again, would like to see the nose more on the vertical in the stretching. Better towards the second half. So coming down to finish now, it is Everest with Phoebe Peters. Unfortunately, just tension getting in the way today of the big marks, but a really big, powerful horse. Very active in all three paces. Just want to see more relaxation in the arena. A little bit more suppleness over the back in all three paces. But the horse shows great promise. 8.3 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, and 8 for the canter, 7.8 for submission, and an 8.2 for the perspective. So that's 15th place with 80.2%.
Result is 80.2%, place nummer 15. 80,2 percentage, 15e plaats. Voor de draf een 8,3, voor de stap een 7,8.
So that was our final combination of this 5-year-old qualifier class. So we can bring you the top 12, the official standings, and who's qualified. It is Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen and Valerie B in the lead. Carl Hedden and Skyline TOB second. Bettina Jaeger and Quinn G third. Thomas Scholes and Bex in equal third. Then in fifth it is Simone Pierce and No Limit. Bart Veeze and Nero in sixth place. Juan Manuel Acosta Ponce and Saltez TR in seventh. In eighth it is Maria Anita Anderson and Rose de Fontaine. In 9th, it is Michael Gern Christensen and Gleven Sirius. In 10th, it's Maria Anita Anderson and Vive la Rien. In 11th, it's Thomas Sintinbrigard and B. Shaw. And in 12th, it's Charlotte Fry and Nellegro. So there is our top 12. Just missing out on a place in the final is Amy Woodhead and MSJ Viva Dannebrog on 81.8. So the competitors from 13th down to 43rd will compete tomorrow in the small final. But those top 12 competitors will directly qualify for the 5-year-old final, which is taking place on Saturday. That starts at 5 p.m. So make sure you join us for that to see who our 5-year-old champion is going to be. But that's it from me, Natasha Baker. I really hope you've enjoyed watching along in this 5-year-old qualifier class. What amazing horses we have seen. Can't wait to see the final and to see the other 3 horses that will qualify from that small final tomorrow. But make sure you join us back tomorrow. We are starting off at 8 a.m. with the 6-year-old qualifier. And then you can join me for the 7-year-old qualifier tomorrow at 3 p.m. Over 40 horses coming forward in both classes. So very, very exciting. And as I said, the 5-year-old final is on Saturday at 5 p.m. 7-year-old final on Sunday at 9, and the 6-year-old final on Sunday at 2:45 p.m. So on your screens now are the official standings. But that's it from me, Natasha Baker. Hope you've had a fantastic day. Have a great evening, and we will look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning for the 6- and 7-year-old first qualifiers.
Harstuks.com beschikt over kleine paardenwagens door heel Nederland, dat u eenvoudig online kunt reserveren.